Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well on this fabulous Friday. We have made it to the end of another week. I am back. If you are new here, my name is Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction. I host reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This week, I am reading the Midnight Library by Matt Haig. I made a promise that I was going to read this book this month, and I am about halfway through it. And this has been a very interesting reading month so far, and I'm definitely going to be talking about that in a wrap up video. But I am curious to see how this book is going to progress because it's going to be the last one that I'm probably able to read in order to finish out the month. So do let me know what it is that you are reading tonight. We are joined by Barker, who is over in his bed right now, and he is boofing at the world, so you may spontaneously hear him bark. I'm just going to let you know that. As always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack. I am just trying to stay hydrated at this point. I'm just drinking water, nothing super fancy at the moment. And yeah, let me know if you are also partaking in any sort of delicious treat or beverage at this time. But I'm going to hop over to the comments because I see we got some people popping in. Hello, Heidi. Good to see you. Said, hi, Alex. It feels like a Saturday today with my son home from school and my husband home from work for Good Friday. Well, I'm glad that you actually all got the day off. It sounds like that's lovely. My job does not offer that, so I was working today. But I'm really glad that you get to be with your family and you got an extended weekend. I am looking forward to Easter this Sunday. You said the stock market is closed, so all the investment banks are closed. There you go. It's a good day off. And Miss Starbuck, hello. You said hello, hello. I'm happy to see you. And she's also saying hello to Heidi. And Heidi says, hi, Miss Starbuck. What is your picture? It comes up tiny on my iPhone. Angel, good to see you. Angel is back and says, hello, everyone. And Cherry Cheetah, too. Hello, Cherry Cheetah. And Cherry Cheetah says, hello, peeps. And Zach, welcome to you as well. And Zach's saying a simple hello. What are you all reading or working on this fine day or evening, depending on where you are? Alicia, welcome. Alicia says, hello. I'm partaking in a nice frosty beer and a book about Mary, Queen of Scots. Oh, that sounds really cool. I've never had a frosty beer, but it sounds nice. And Mary Queen of Scots, the last I have heard about her was the movie that they made. I don't even know how many years ago it was because I can't keep track of time after COVID happened, but I like the movie. I don't know if you know which one I'm talking about. And Oz, welcome. Oz is here saying evening. Evening to you too. Miss Starbucks says, Heidi, it is Dirk Benedict jumping in a series or movie he's playing. I can't remember the name at the moment. Haha, long time ago. Well, very nice. Yes, let me know, everybody, what you are reading or working on tonight, and also what you would like to do for our first sprint in terms of 30 or 45 minutes. Just let me know, and I will get that up on the clock. First person to answer is the winner, as always. And Cherry Chia says, I finally finished Starling House and gave it 2.5 stars, but then read a novella by the same author and gave that 5 stars. Now I have A Fragile Enchantment by Allison Saft. Well, very nice, because Starling House was by Alex E. Harrow, correct? And if I did get that right, then that was the same author as the 1,000 Doors of January, which was a book that I also didn't give like a super high rating. So I'm curious what novella you read that you enjoyed so much, and maybe I should probably stay away from Starling House just because like I was so disappointed. I like her writing style. It was how she followed through with the story that I didn't like as much, but I do hope that you enjoy A Fragile Enchantment. Miss Starbucks said, "Yeah, are you reading you are reading the Midnight Library?" I sure am, my friend. And Zach says, "I'm reading A Power Unbound by Freya Marsk." Nice. And Oz says, 39 minutes. You all with your goofy times. I'm going to end up picking one for you all. Heidi says, I am preparing a Blintz souffle for Easter brunch. Can put in the fridge and cook it Sunday. That is so cool. I've never had a Blintz souffle. I don't know if I've ever even had like a souffle in general. I know they're difficult to make. Now, Starbucks says, I'm reading a book which hasn't come out yet. I am one of the readers for him to give feedback. Oh, cool. Are you like a type of sensitivity reader, or is it kind of like a test audience? I know there's another word for it other than sensitivity reader. I'm blanking on what it's called, but that's really cool. I'm at Starbucks saying 40 minutes, saying I'm listening to the Midnight Game while I pack bits. I'm moving soon. Oh, well, congratulations to you on your move. And we're both reading books with midnight in the name. So that is fun. For a second there, I thought you were going to tell me you were also reading the Midnight Library, and I thought that would have been pretty cool. And Christina, welcome. Christina says, hello, beautiful people. Playing another game of chicken with Libby, the Rachel Incident by Caroline O'Donoghue, due at 9:30 tonight, currently at 56%. Again, the like button. Very nice. And Jessica, welcome. Jessica says, hello, hello. I'm listening to the 6th Harry Potter. Loving it so far. 5 stars. Wonderful. And Anna, welcome to you. Anna says, hello, happy Friday. I'm listening to the audiobook of Out on a Limb. I'm down for a longer sprint tonight. Okay. Well, then we'll do 45 minutes. Since we got a 39 and a 40 and somebody requesting a longer sprint, Anna, we will go with 45 minutes. And Cherry Cheetah says it is Alex E. Harrow, and the novella is called The Six Deaths of the Saint. Okay, that is one by her that I have not heard of. So good to know that you really like that one. And Jessica says, going out shortly to the mall, but we'll be back. No worries. Enjoy the mall. Miss Starbucks says, yeah, I'm a test reader indeed. Test reader. Okay, there you go. My first time doing that. Well, that is so cool that you were selected to, because it means that your friend or whoever the author is thought a lot of your opinion. So I love that. I'm also going to get 45 minutes up on the clock here for everybody, so we can jump in and get started. And Heidi says, I'm reading The Ship of Magic, book 1 of Live Ship Traders. I needed something great after finishing First Law. We'll go back to Pratchett. Yes, I love that. That's so fun. Miss Starbuck says, are you going to join Old School April as well, Alex? I am currently thinking about it. So the really funny part of that, and I don't know if Kat's going to be able to get on tonight, but I was thinking the way that it was being run is like there was something that would select which house, like which group you will, if you would be put into, whether you're going to be the purple parrot or the blue barracuda or the silver snake, that like there was some sort of like test that you had to take to pick which group. And then I ended up finding out that it's like you just have to pick one. And I went, oh, that's really hard. I don't know how I'm supposed to pick a group to be a part of. So that is why I have not officially joined. Is because I just want to be a part of all of them, and I can't. And Angel says 55 pages left of Dorian Gray. Awesome! So that means that you're joining the live show tomorrow, which, by the way, just in case anybody forgot, our live show is tomorrow for the picture of Dorian Gray. Very excited about it. And Zach says, The Midnight Girls by Alicia Jasinka is my third best book of the year. The Six Deaths of the Saint was great. Awesome. Another book with midnight in the name. And Alicia's like, Blue Barracudas! Yes, I know, Alicia, that you are part of the Blue Barracudas, and Miss Starbuck is a silver snake, and she says, join the snakes! Which I really am. I'm having such a hard time deciding like what group I would be a part of. So I'm still thinking about it. I have not ruled it out yet. At the very least, I would be happy to build a fort and eat oatmeal cream pies to my heart's content until I'm sick. So there you go. And Heidi says, Miss Starbuck, your name is a Battlestar Galactica reference. Love it. I thought it was the coffee. Alicia says, all the teams are great. Just join. So true. That's very true. I can't go wrong. It doesn't matter which one I pick. You're absolutely right. So hopefully maybe by next week, I will have an answer about that, because we'll officially be in April, which I can't believe. But I am also admittedly very ready for March to be over. I don't know if anybody else is feeling that, but I'm ready for the weather to get nicer, and I'm just sick of this crap. So I'm ready. Just give me like 70 plus degree days, and I will be very, very happy indeed. Mr. Starbuck said, Heidi, yes, indeed. And he said, I've met Dirk Benedict 3 times, which was lovely. That's so cool. I love that. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get our sprint pulled up. And I also have to give you all, if I can control my mouse today, good Lord. I got to give you all another question. So, my first question is going to be, how long have you been watching BookTube and what initially drew you to the platform? I just thought that this was like a nice, simple question that I don't think I've asked anybody yet. And so, I'm going to go ahead. I got 45 minutes up on the clock, and I'm going to see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did on that last sprint. The only thing I'm going to say about where I am in the book, other than the page number, I'm on page 153, is that I have officially gotten a taste of Hugo. And that is where I will leave it. If you have read The Midnight Library, then you know what I'm talking about. So, coming back over here, I left you all with the question, how long have you been watching BookTube? Sorry, let me look at my full question. There we go. And what initially drew you to the platform? So let me go back here to see who answered first. And that was Miss Alicia. And she said, I think I've been watching BookTube for about 3 to 4-ish years. I showed up because no one wanted to talk about books with me. I have a feeling, Alicia, that that's going to be a common thread. It was the same for me in my life. I didn't have anybody who wanted to talk about books that I enjoyed with me. And so I was just looking for other people on the internet who had enjoyed books as well. I didn't like reach out to them. I didn't start doing like anything related to reading sprints until I became a booktuber myself. So I didn't really talk to people. I didn't really comment on videos. It was just the fact that there were other people on BookTube who were talking about things I cared about. That was so much fun for me. Heidi says, Miss Starbuck, did you watch the reboot of Galactica from the 90s? I just watched the first season. It was very good, but Starbuck was played by a woman. Interesting. Anna says, I've been watching BookTube for 2 years. I was bored one day surfing YouTube, and a book vlog popped up and I got sucked in. I love that. That's wonderful. That was just happenstance. And now you have like a whole new thing. Zach says, I started watching BookTube when a movie reviewer, Impressions Blend, was also who also reviewed books, took a break, and I wanted more book content. I only watched Emily Fox for the first 5 years out of my 8. Only, 5 years. That's awesome, though. I love that. Heidi says, I found BookTube after reading The Wheel of Time in 2022. Daniel Green and Mike Book Reviews had videos for each book. Read The Warlord Chronicles and The Bloodsworn, my favorites due to Mike. Yeah, isn't that fun when you find other people who read books that you really love and suddenly it's like, wait, there's this whole like other community. I love that. Miss Starbucks said, Heidi, no, I haven't watched it basically because it wasn't on air here, but I've heard about Starbuck Indeed, which I don't really like that they changed that up. But I can't judge too much because I haven't seen it. There you go. I mean, that's a healthy attitude to have. You're like, it could be good, it could be bad. I'm not a big fan of the idea. That's totally okay. Oh, sorry. Let me close the door really quick. Keaton is on his stream with his friends playing Overwatch. There we go. There's a mild buffer now. Heidi says, Kate Sackhoff was good. She is in the mystery thriller show Longmire 2. Richard Hatch was a guest appearance on the reboot, but not sure about your Dirk. Cherry Cheetah says, the latest I started watching BookTube is 2017. I know that because that's when I started my All Crate subscription. So about 7 to 8 years. Didn't realize how fast the time flies. I completely agree. I am trying to think back to, I'm really impressed that you all know which year you started watching BookTube, because I feel like for me, it was kind of this thing that I kind of tiptoed my way into, and then all of a sudden I was like, yep, I'm here. So I don't remember exactly what year I started watching, but it's probably been, I would say, a good 3 to 4 years as well, if I had to guess. Might be even longer than that. I don't know. Jamie says, hello, Alex and everybody. Hello to you too, Jamie. Happy that you could make it here. Miss Starbucks says, bikes. Because of my love for bikes, I came to BookTube. Haha, early April Fools. That's so cute. Jamie says, I've been watching BookTube a little 4 years, but was mostly on blogs, book reads, Tumblr, and Facebook for bookish content till last year. Awesome. Miss Starbucks says, now the real answer. I think I am on it for about 2 years now, I guess. And of course, my love for books brought me here. It started with watching hauls, I suppose, and book hunts. Yeah, I used to watch more book hauls back in the day, I guess, than I do now. But that also might have something to do with the fact that when you don't buy books, like the temptation of seeing all the books that other people buy, it's just not as much fun. So I don't admittedly watch those very much, but I do like a good reading vlog. I like to see like how people are living their day to day, and I like a good review. So that's probably the bulk of the content that I see. William, hello. And William from Williams Library says, greetings, greetings to you too. Arrived during the sprint and read 4 pages. Well, good job. You did read something during that sprint. Miss Starbucks says, Heidi, no, he didn't make a guest appearance, I believe. Nicole, welcome. Hello. You said, hi, Alex, editing a video and then going to listen to the Radium Girls. Very nice. Well, good job on the video and good luck with your listening. And I hope that it is something fun. Alicia says, I made nochi spinach soup. Alicia, I have not had good luck with nochi. I love potato, but there was something about like the texture of nochi, or probably more likely it was the way in which I prepared it. The recipe called for like, frying is not the right term because frying implies like a vat of oil. It was more like a saute type thing. And I just didn't like it at all. So if you have a better way like that of making it and you want to give me the recipe, do let me know because I'm hoping to find some way I can eat it that doesn't make my stomach hurt. Ms. Starbucks said, hello, Nicole. And Nicole says, I've been watching BookTube at least 4 to 5 years and I was drawn in by just listening to others enjoy talking about books. Yeah, for sure. And Nicole saying hello back. Christina is saying, got to 66%. Oh, that's awesome. Well, you just might finish it tonight. And Nicole says, hi, chat peeps. And Alicia says, hi, Nicole. I haven't read that book, but the story of the Radium Girls is crazy. And Nicole says, it's pretty crazy, Alicia. Hindsight is 2020 for sure. The number of uses for radium just sounds outrageous knowing what we know now. That sounds like something I would be interested in because admittedly, I don't have any idea what you're talking about, but I am intrigued. Ms. Starbucks said, I thought I heard birds, but it was Keaton. Yeah, he's in the other room and he's like click-clacking away and typing. I mean, you might hear a bird randomly, but I don't think that's what you're probably hearing now. Kat says, hey, Alex and friends. Kat, welcome. So happy to see you. He said, I'm about to go to my mother-in-law's for dinner. I'm spent all day battling tech issues. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. That's why I'm late. Hope everyone is doing well. Kat, it has been a rough day for me too, my friend. I found out that I need a new roof and my insurance isn't going to pay for it. So we're both having days today, it sounds like. Miss Stark says, hello, Kat. And William says, to answer the question, I started reviewing books on my old channel before discovering there was a whole community behind it. I made non-bookish videos prior, been a content creator since 2011. That is a long time to be making content, William. That's really impressive. I could not have been making content back in 2011. I wouldn't have even like known where to start, let alone what to talk about. So that's awesome. And Zach says, Heidi, did you know Bloodsworn Book 3 is coming out on October 23rd? It's called The Fury of the Gods. Well, that date might move too. Just keep that in mind because that's happened to me before. Kat says, hey, Miss Starbucks, so happy you're doing Old School April with me. They were asking me earlier, Kat, if I had joined Old School April, and I was joking. Well, I mean, it is both the truth and also a joke. Because I thought that when I went in and I learned about Old School April, that there was going to be some like test that you took to pick which group you were going to be a part of. And then I ended up watching your video and finding out like you just pick it yourself. And I was like, oh no, my indecisive brain is having a really hard time. So of course Alicia was like, Blue Barracuda, and I know you're a Silver Snake, and there's the Purple Parrots, and I'm like, everything sounds great. I don't know what to do, but I have to pick a group. I have to pick something, and I also need to go buy oatmeal cream pies so that I can enjoy that treat from my childhood. Pretty much anything Little Debbie I probably would enjoy, but oatmeal cream pies is like one of the big things. It just says cat. And Heidi says, oh yeah, Zach, have you read them too? And Kat says, Alicia. My Starbucks says, I've read about 20 to 30 pages in this session, I suppose. 55 in total today. I'll be reading in another book on the next sprint. Very nice. And Nicole says, Radium Girls is about early 1900s use of radium to paint watch dials to make them glow in the dark. Oh, the girls also glowed in the dark amongst other side effects. I think you would enjoy it. I think that I would too. I'm going to write that down, Nicole. Also, Nicole, I don't know if you have heard from other Alex recently. I have not heard from her, so I'm not sure if she's coming to the test after sprints to make sure that our live show will run smoothly. But I guess we will see. I have not heard about her progress either. Jessica was on earlier, but I know was making a run and was going to come back, so she should be there after sprints as well. So the Radium girls. Hopefully, Alex got through Dorian Gray. Let's see. Miss Starbucks says, Kat, I am so excited for it. He also said, I think I will be reading in my Napoleon book. Very nice. And William says, I started book reviews in 2018. Man, so you'd already been doing 7 years of content before you jumped into book reviews. And then 2018, 6 years ago. Like, that's crazy. Miss Starbucks says, I already told her that the silver snakes are the best. Lisa says, Nochi can indeed have a weird texture sometimes. I think a lot of the stuff you buy from the store can be kind of chewy. Yeah, I don't want anything that's like a chewy potato. That's not the right way to eat a potato to me. Kat says, Barry and I have to get a whole new AC and heating system with blower ductwork and an additional return. Happy homeowner! Girl, you're telling me. I'm sorry that you are also going through something like that because it's not fun at all. And I like completely wholeheartedly understand that. I am also part of an HOA. So, funny enough, my stress isn't even so much about the roof as much as it is like getting like it. So, HOAs. So they don't have any rules in the HOA guidelines that says like what color roof we can have. And I was asking my neighbors who all got different roofs, and they were like, "No, we didn't ask the HOA before we picked our roof color. Like we just went with what we wanted. It's a roof." And I'm over here like the ultra good noodle who always tries to follow the rules. And I like called the HOA number, and they're like, "Well, we don't see anything about colors, but you should submit an architectural request to, and we can vet it." And I'm like, is that even necessary? Like, I'm not going with like a bright neon green roof, right? It's just different shingles. And my neighbors who are my friends and also Keaton are like, don't even worry about it. Just get the roof replaced. And I'm like kind of freaking out a little bit because I don't know. I just don't want to get fined, and I don't want somebody to tell me that I did something wrong, even though I'm not doing anything wrong. It's very stressful, not fun. If you can avoid dealing with HOAs, like they have their benefits, but they also very much have their downsides. And Zach says, my first booktube video was Emily Fox's June or July 2017 wrap up. It bothers me that I can't remember which. That's totally okay. No worries at all. And Nicole says, check your library. I'm listening to the audiobook. Yes, absolutely. Did I actually like write anything or did I get sidetracked? I did write something. Okay, good. I like momentarily got concerned that I pulled out my notepad and went to go write down the Radium Girls and then like lost my train of thought with my own talking. But I did write it down. Alicia says, you have me convinced to listen to it, and I've already dug deep in the subject, Nicole. There you go. Lisa's saying, oh no, Kat. I agree. Heidi says, Zach, who is Emily Fox? Should I check her channel out? And Zach says, Heidi, yes, I binged all 9 of John Gwynn's books after reading Shadow of the Gods. William says, speaking of glowing in the dark, I didn't see many glow in the dark I don't see many glow in the dark stickers anymore. I do actually have a glow in the dark book like binding that is from oh my gosh, how did I just forget the name? It's the all of these editions that you see over here that have the slip cases. What the hell just happened to my brain? I am so sorry, everybody. I think my brain is fried at the end of the week. Oh, Folio Society. I was like, it's got to be there somewhere. I have a Folio Society edition of Oryx and Crake by Margaret Atwood, and that book does actually glow in the dark, which is a lot of fun. Kat says, sorry about getting a new roof, Alex. Sucks insurance won't pay for it. Was it due to hail damage? We got a new roof when Ida visited us and decided to blow a tree on my house. No, so I originally called a roofer because we had hail and I thought maybe we would have hail damage. And then he got up there and he just found a bunch of problems. Like, it's my roof isn't leaking or anything, fortunately. So it hasn't caused any sort of damage to the like inside of my home. And that's why I want to keep it that way. My roof is 18 years old, and it was made, it's the original roof that came on my house. So it's like the old shingles and tar paper and everything that the contractors put on when they're just like trying to get the house built, and they don't really care about like the quality of the material as much. And he just found like a bunch of nails coming up and stuff that like the nails were rusted and they were coming through the shingle. Then there were like these whole sections of shingles that were just loose, and they're basically just like waiting for a moment to fly off in another storm. And some people would look at that and say, I'll just wait until something happens, and basically roll the dice. And I am not that person. That is like the thing. If you want to know anything about my personality, I am one of those people that I fix problems before they become catastrophic issues. Like, that's just, I can't handle the idea of having a leak in my house. So I would rather get the roof replaced before I have one, when other people would probably wait until like the roof like just fully failed. And that's just, I can't do that. So it'll be okay. I know that in the end it'll be okay. We haven't signed any agreements or anything yet, but it'll, like I said, it'll get taken care of one way or the other, and I'll figure out about the color and the HOA too. Just stressed. I'm more stressed, like I said, more stressed about the HOA than the damn roof. Zach says, Heidi, I love her channel. And Cass says, thankfully, we had insurance. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm happy for people when stuff does get covered by insurance. But as I told Keaton, insurance companies both look at the people that they insure as a gamble, like they're rolling the dice that hopefully they're going to get more money out of you than they're going to have to pay out. And there are going to be people like me who have homeowners insurance that things happen or things just age, and then the insurance isn't going to have to pay for them. So the insurance like lucked out basically. But what I told Keaton too is I was like, well, the thing about this is part of the reason our premium is going up every year is because they're looking at the age of our roof and they're like, well, that's going to have to be replaced. And then they jack up your rates. And so I'm hoping that, when we get it replaced and they didn't have to pay for it, they're going to go, oh, they have a brand new roof on that house and we didn't pay for it. Maybe we should lower their rates, because premiums right now for insurance suck. They suck. I hate it. Nicole says, I haven't heard from Alex on her last live 2 weeks ago. She talked about starting Dorian soon, but I wasn't on long as she didn't sprint last week. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I mean, maybe I can't say one way or the other whether she'll show up tomorrow, but hopefully she will. Alicia says, I have an excellent recommendation for someone to help with your roof situation, but I'm pretty sure you're many states away from me. No, I found thank you, Alicia. I found a really good company to work with, and I'm very confident in their abilities and their craftsmanship and their warranties. Their warranties actually were astounding. Their warranty alone for labor is 25 years. The warranty for the materials is 50, which is crazy for the industry. Like, it's a platinum warranty basically, and they're not more expensive than other roofers. Like, I have been quoted on a roof before by somebody else and they were basically like the exact same price, but their warranties are way better. And I was like, why wouldn't I go with the people who are going to take care of my roof better? And there's somebody too that they every 5 years they come out just to do an inspection, and if they find anything they repair it on their own, like at no cost to you, just as part of their inspection. I'm really impressed, but they've also been in business for 30 years, so that helps too. And Nicole says, I think you'd really like it, Alicia. It's very well written and an interesting read. And Miss Starbucks says, that's cool. A glow in the dark book. Yes, it's a lot of fun. Robert, hello. Robert says, would you rather have a talking ham sandwich or a lasagna casserole that can do the dishes? A lasagna casserole that can do the dishes, please. Dishes are my least favorite chore of all chores in my house. So I will take that every damn time. And apparently, so would Alicia. And Robert says, Nicole read The Snow Child. Hello, room. Miss Stark says, Robert, lasagna, I suppose. Haha. And Jamie says, if you want to watch more book hauls, Alex or anyone, I did just post my birthday book haul video yesterday. Oh, happy belated birthday to you, or birthday coming up. I apologize that I don't know when it is. You said I got a couple new books this week. Well, that's very exciting, and I'm happy for you, and I love that. Nicole says, I have a shingled roof too. Go with composite or engineered version. Actual wood shingles are way too expensive now. My neighbors cost $50,000. Holy crap. No, they're like the really good asphalt shingles that are like some people refer to them as like three-dimensional shingles. And they have a much higher resistance to being torn off of the roof. They're rated for like 130-mile-per-hour winds. So unless a tornado or something shows up to where I live, I think that when I have it replaced, it should be fine, but definitely a much higher quality than the contractor grade that is currently on my roof. And Miss Starbucks says, Jamie, cool. I will check it out later on. And you said, Robert, I started and finished The Snow Child already. Devastatingly sad, but very good. Heidi says, Robert, talking ham sandwich since my son is nonverbal. Aw, that's sweet. Nicole says, that would be great, Heidi. And Kat says, I think I started watching BookTube when Kelsey and I started collaborating at the end of 2020, maybe. I watched Kelsey's channel and then started branching out more at the end of 2021. So cool. Jamie says, I am joining Old School April, the Snakes team. Silver Snake. I'm also time traveling to 1997 for April, not reading any books published after 1997 except for NetGalley arcs at specific sprints. Oh, so cool. And that actually would, Old School April would provide me a good opportunity to read books from my childhood and back when I was in high school that I want to reread. I'm hoping that the reading month for April goes better than it did for March. If it tells you anything about how my wrap up is going to go when I get to the end of the month. Alicia says, Yay, Jamie. Yeah, I love that for you, Jamie. And Kat says, We changed homeowners insurance this year because they went up again. Too expensive. Yeah, it's freaking ridiculous. They need to quit that crap. They need to cut it out. But I mean, I understand there's a lot going on because natural disasters are like way worse now than really they've pretty much ever been, but it still sucks for the rest of us. All right, so I got another question for you all, and that is going to be, how many days a week do you not read, and what usually keeps you from reading? Which I think is also an interesting question. And Cass says, Yay, Jamie, I'm super excited. Yes. Oh, and you all need to, before you answer that question, because that's for during the sprint, tell me what amount of time you want the sprint to be, 30 or 45 minutes. I completely forgot to ask that. Good job, me. Fantastic. 30, 45 minutes. First person. Whoever's got it. Heidi got it. Heidi said 30, and Heidi wins at 30. So let me change that. My mouse is weirding me out because it's going the wrong way on my screen than I'm used to it going. So that's why I'm like struggling today. So there we go. All right. Next time, Zach, Miss Starbuck, and Anna all 1 in 45. Next time. Gotta be quick on the draw. But I did get 30 minutes up. Be sure to answer the question, how many days a week do you not read and what usually keeps you from reading? And it's okay if the answer is 0, like you read every day. That's awesome too. All right. 30 minutes up on the clock. I will see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got almost nothing accomplished during that reading sprint. I was too busy reading stuff for my HOA, so I was not reading as much from the Midnight Library, sadly. But hopefully, you did something more fun than I did. Let me know how that last sprint went. Oh, I forgot to pause that one. There we go. All right, so I asked you all the question, how many days a week do you not read and what usually keeps you from reading? Very curious to hear what everybody had to say about that. Kat says 0. I read something every day. And that is very impressive, Kat, if you read a book every day. I didn't think about this question in terms of, do you like, because people could say, like, well, I read signs every day, or I have to like read emails for work, right? Like, there's like something that you're technically reading, but like, I guess I was referring more to books. So I'm assuming that you read books every day, or magazines or some type of article or something. Alicia says, same. I always at least read at night before bed if I don't get to during the day. And I love that. There are some days, admittedly, that I do not read. I don't have the capacity sometimes to be able to concentrate, which is not fun because I want to be able to read all the time. But, when you can't, you can't. He says, Zach, have you thought about which god is going to be on the cover of Fury of the Gods? If you really think about it, it will blow your mind. And Alicia says, I saw the new cover, Heidi. So cool. And Heidi says, Alicia, I've not seen it. Let me go see if I guessed correctly. Robert says, days not read, 1 or 2, and only because the last book was such a disappointment. There you go. I mean, it's like kind of a reading slump. Like, you got to get out of it to be able to get into the next book. Reading slumps are not fun. They're the pits. And Jamie says, wait, not reading for a whole day? How? Never. I respect that, Jamie. I know you typically read like a whole book in a day, though. So that's like next level reading. Zach says 0. Sometimes I have a couple hours, sometimes only a few minutes, but it's pretty much always something. That's good. Heidi says, Alicia, yes, I was correct. There should be a city inside its mouth, so the scale is way off on the cover art. And he said, I never read at night when there is a hockey game on. Okay, there you go. What team do you root for, Heidi? And Cherry Cheetah says, I get easily distracted by my phone and YouTube, so there are days I don't read as much at all, especially when I'm most of the day not at home. Let's say 3 to 4 days of no or very little reading. And you know what? That's very fair, and that's nothing to feel bad about at all. Like, we all just have to prioritize different things. Nicole says, just realized I spent 15 minutes editing the wrong video. Oh no. That stinks. You got like so much content going on that you're like, you picked the wrong one. That's not fun. Anna says, if it's a good read, 0. If a book is meh, not reading for 5 days. Last month I hit a major reading slump, read 0. That's sad. I'm sorry. And like I said, slumps are the pits. I hate it. And admittedly, I almost kind of fell into one this month. Like, I have been having a really hard time concentrating because the books that I have read have not turned out to be necessarily what I expected. So that's been kind of hard. Jessica says, how many more hours are you going, Alex? I may not be here for our test run afterward. Well, we're almost at the 2-hour mark. So anywhere between 2 to 3 more hours is typically what I do. So, and if you're not here, that's okay. Because Nicole said that she would stay on just to do a quick test, just to make sure that like she can get on the stage and everything. So we should be fine for tomorrow. As long as one person can do it, everybody should be able to do it. Sorry, Nicole, you've turned into the guinea pig. And you said, also, I usually don't read on Sunday because that's when I work. Okay, there you go. William says 10 pages. Good job. Nicole says, edited 5 minutes of the correct video. Good job. You did it. You got there. Jamie says, I got to 69% in Demon Copperhead. Oh, that's a book that I would like to read this year very, very much. He said, how are you liking the Midnight Library, Alex? So the beginning of it was very hard for me, like emotionally to cope with, but I'm getting to the point now where our main character has to start she's got to start living. She's got to figure out what it is that she wants and why before she runs out of time. And I'm curious to see where it's going to go. I'm feeling a little bit better about it now than I did when I first started. I also will say I experienced secondhand embarrassment very strongly, and Nora is put into some situations where I was like reading this and I'd have to put the book down because I felt like I was just gonna like panic because of I just hated the situation that she was in. And I'd have to pick it back up and be like, okay, we got to get through it. And I put it back down again, which is so silly because to other people they would read it and it wouldn't be a big deal, but I really do like feel secondhand embarrassment so strongly. It's the reason why I can't watch reality TV. I find it extremely cringy. Mr. Starbucks says that really depends on the week for me. Mostly I try to read every day, but sometimes I had a day away or something and those days I just don't have time. Yeah, there you go. Cherry Cheetah says, I only read a chapter and a bit last sprint. Now did Duolingo and wrote a note in my diary. I love that you keep a diary. I also keep a journal. I do it to help with anxiety, which it turns out it's a really good thing for. Nicole says, I read books daily. If something keeps me from reading, it's got to be constant work, business followed by bed. It makes sense. Miss Starbucks says, and very rarely I have some days off because I just don't feel reading, and that's okay too. It actually makes me more excited than to read again. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you got to have those breaks. And Nicole says, hi, Jessica. Heidi says, Alex, I can make up your TBR for you for May if you want. I'm going to hold off on that right now, Heidi, but I have an idea of what you're going to tell me to read based off of what you're thinking about sending me. And Miss Starbucks said, read 3 chapters, but they were not so long. That's good. And you said, I can mix it up too, not just fantasy. I'll think about it, Heidi. I'll think about it. Miss Starbucks says, I didn't have that at all. Some things I just found funny as well. There you go. All right. So the last time I asked, many people wanted a 45-minute sprint. So I'll just go ahead and I will give the people what they want. And we will have a 45-minute sprint for the next one. You're welcome. So I will get that taken care of. And then I also got to give you all your next question. I think that this one is, well, I say this all the time. I'm like, yeah, this question's a good one. All my questions are good ones in my brain because I came up with them. So that makes perfect sense, right? And so this next one is, would you rather be known as a scoundrel or forgotten by history completely? So, infamous or just nobody at all. And he said, I think I will go now. I'm getting tired. You have a wonderful evening, Miss Starbuck. I'm so happy that you came. It was wonderful to spend that time with you. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you next time. Hopefully, maybe even tomorrow for our live show. And Robert says, Alex, I'm up to episode 7 of the 3 body problem. One question was sort of answered, 2 questions. Second question was answered. Third question, event made no sense. It is very good so far. Okay, good. I'm really glad to hear that you are liking the show. I still haven't watched it. I probably will not watch it until after I finish the trilogy. So if you all can just tell me how awesome it is, that gives me something to look forward to. So that's wonderful. And Robert said, Miss Starbuck, good day. Miss Starbuck says, so bye bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes. Hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow. Miss Starbuck said, thanks, Robert. Perfect. All right. So think about an answer to that question. Would you rather be known as a scoundrel or forgotten by history completely? And I got the next sprint pulled up. And I will see you on a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how that sprint went. All right. I am not doing the best for productivity tonight. I've made it to page 172. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be known as a scoundrel or forgotten by history completely? And the comments, I took a peek at some of them and I found a couple of them kind of surprising, like Alicia coming in and saying scoundrel. To be clear, I don't mean murderer, just a Robin Hood sort, which I can appreciate. You're dictating the kind of scoundrel that you want to be known as, kind of like a rob from the rich to give to the poor kind of thing. William says forgotten, only because I like knowing what people say about me, and it's reassuring to know I'm not missing anything when I'm gone. There you go. Heidi says, Robert, I watched the first episode of Three Body. Now that I see you are still liking it, I will pick it up again. I got distracted by the voice blind auditions. And Robert says, scoundrel, always. Living rent free in the minds of the masses? Most excellent. That does not surprise me, Robert, one bit. You were the one person I thought would say scoundrel. Heidi says, Alicia, I'm sure I told you about Outlaw by Angus Donald already, or maybe many times. Best Robin Hood book ever. And Kat says, 100% scoundrel. I love it. And Laura says, just drop by to hug the like button and say hi before I go to sleep. I'm looking forward to the Dorian Gray live show. I should catch some before I go live on Claire's channel. Well, thank you so much, Laura, both for stopping by and for your excitement about the live show tomorrow. We are very excited as well. And Cherry Cheetah says, I don't really care if history books would remember me. I'd rather be good and forgotten, though it would be fun knowing that some poor school children would be forced to learn facts about my life. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, like what were you notorious for? And Zach says, forgotten. I'm like a benevolent elf. I like to do good without anyone even noticing. Yeah, that's great. I love that, Zach. That's a great mentality. Robert says, Heidi Three Body. I still have questions, but anytime I can get Samwell Tarley, High Sparrow, and Davos Seaworth together is a good day. I didn't realize that all of them were in that show, like the Game of Thrones cast. That's crazy. Faye says, hi, gang. Late today, was watching a movie with my mom. Well, Faye, welcome to you. And I hope that the movie was really nice that you were watching. What were you watching, by the way? And Heidi says, Robert, I guess they got the Game of Thrones band back together. Maybe we'll see Jon Snow and Jaime Lannister next season. Everyone would tune in for that. They would. I think that's true. Heidi says, Faye, many good questions this evening. And Faye says, catching up on questions. I found BookTube at the beginning of the pandemic. My mom told me I found a girl on YouTube who is you. Turned out to be Katie at Books and Things. Dickens lover, branched out from her. That's so cool that you heard about that through your mom. That's adorable. And Heidi says, Faye, the rogue question was a talking ham sandwich or a dishwashing lasagna. And that was from Robert, courtesy of Robert. And I still hold to the fact that I want a dishwashing lasagna. And Robert says, Heidi, Arya Stark would kick alien butt. Yeah, she totally would. You're right. Laura says, forgotten for sure. I'd like to be remembered fondly in life, though. Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that, Laura. I would much prefer to be remembered for my good deeds or forgotten than being remembered for something bad. But that's just me. Heidi says, Robert Tyrion has the brains and he kicked butt at Blackwater, kind of. Faye says, I do not read pretty much 0 days a week unless I have a raging headache or something. Even if I'm too busy to read for fun, it's because I'm reading for school. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is because you're in school, you're reading all the time anyway, because you got to get through your textbooks, or whatever your assigned reading is. I remember those days, and that is why when I was in college, I read almost nothing for pleasure, is because I was too busy reading all of these textbooks for school. Alicia says, Heidi, that one is on my eventual TBR. I'm glad to hear you liked it so much. I may have to bump it up. Faye says, Heidi, I prefer food products that just sit on the plate until I eat them. That is also very fair. Heidi says, Alicia, which series? If it is The Bloodsworn, drop everything and start it tomorrow. It is not funny like First Law, but the story is so great it does not need it. And Jamie says, I'm guessing I'll be forgotten within about a generation of my death, so I'm used to that. Being a scoundrel would take more work. That is true. You'd have to go out of your way to do something to be remembered as a scoundrel. And I'm with you, like, because that's the thing. I don't imagine that I'll probably ever have kids, which means that after me, there's not really a generation that's probably going to remember me unless I just like impacted the lives of many children, which I cannot imagine that I would do. So I will be forgotten as well. Faye says, I'm cool with being forgotten. Story of my life anyway. Faye, no! Don't you say that, at least not here. We remember you. I remember you. I think you're awesome. Please don't say that. You would be so missed if you weren't here. Anna says, same, forgotten. Faye says, we were watching The Intern, Anne Hathaway, and Robert De Niro, one of my mom's faves. I have seen most of that movie, but not all of it. Alicia says, Heidi, the Robin Hood book. And Storm says, hi, everyone. Hello to you too, Storm. Welcome. I'm glad that you were able to make it tonight. What are you working on? Or are you just hanging out? Heidi says, Alicia, oh, yes, Outlaw. You will like it. It's a big series, though. I just read the first book. And Kat says, I spent sprints getting laundry put away, also packing to spend the night at my parents' house tonight. Also, my YouTube video is taking forever to process. I want to schedule it before leaving. That is never fun when the videos take forever to process. And I am also behind on videos right now, Kat. So please forgive the fact that I still have your vlog that I need to watch where you went and saw Grease because I want to hear about Grease, which is so fun because I love that movie and I love the introduction song by Frankie Valli. I have that on my Spotify and I listen to it for fun. Nicole says, almost done editing and with thumbnail, should be able to read soon. Well, good job. You're kicking butt and taking names, Nicole. He said, hi, Laura. And Kat says, it'd be a fun-loving scoundrel along the same lines as Alicia. Well, you could pair up and then you could be remembered together as like a duo. And Faye says, oh, shucks. Thanks, Alex. You're welcome, Faye. I meant every word. Reading Robbie, hello. Robbie says, hi, everyone. Hello to you, too. I have been lurking since the first sprint, but decided to jump in the chat. Well, thank you so much for coming. And what is your answer, Robbie? Would you like to be remembered as a scoundrel or not remembered at all? And Alicia, welcome to you. Alicia, you said, hello, Alex, and everyone just joining, making dinner, pizza, and continuing House of Flame and Shadow. Currently 465 out of 835. That is a mammoth of a book. And Christina says, I am at 98%. That is amazing. You are absolutely going to get it done tonight. That's so fantastic. I'm very proud of you. So I am thinking, because we're at 2 hours and 51 minutes, I'm actually thinking of doing like a little bit of shorter sprints tonight just because the live show is happening tomorrow as well. Because normally I can go up to like 5 hours, but I think I'm going to try to keep it closer to like 4.5 tonight. So I think the next 2 sprints, I'm just going to do just half-hour ones. Hope that's cool with everybody. And I do have, of course, another question. And that is, are you part of any BookTube book clubs? And if so, what do you typically read for them? This is a fun question for me because it kind of like gets to tickle my marketing brain a little bit. Robert says 3 hours. No, I called it this time, Robert. I'm making them 30 minutes. And Robbie says, I'm getting my TBR ready for old school April. Nice. Scoundrel, of course. LOL. JK. And Kat says, cool with me. Well, thank you all for being understanding. It's just been an interesting day. My brain has been very occupied. I mean, to be fair, my brain is always occupied, but when you get told, not so wonderful news, your brain gets occupied a little bit more than normal. So I appreciate you all being flexible with me. So be sure to answer that question during the next sprint. I went ahead and got it changed here, got it pulled up. And so I'm going to wish you all happy reading, and I will see you in 30 minutes. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from that sprint. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 192. So I did make some progress that sprint, which is good. I needed that. So before we left, I asked you all the question, are you part of any BookTube book clubs? And if so, what do you typically read for them? I go back into the questions here. And I got a hello from Lauren. So hello to you, Lauren. I don't know if you're still hanging out. Alicia says, I am part of two booktube book clubs, reading by candlelight, where we read anything currently. HOFAS, House of Flame and Shadow, and so Mott It Be book club, where we read witchy reads all sorts. That sounds like a lot of fun, and I'm glad that you are part of a couple book clubs. Alicia says, I partake in several book clubs, mostly horror. Okay. And Faye says, I can't commit to book clubs while I'm in university. I used to be in a few on Goodreads, but I have to admit, I prefer to be free to mood read. Yeah, absolutely. It can be hard to tie yourself down to specific books, which is why I really haven't done book clubs myself in the past. But there's always room in the future. And Robbie says, I'm not at any book clubs at the moment, but my local library is starting a silent book club this summer, and that is right up my alley. That sounds lovely, and I hope that you enjoy it. That sounds like a ton of fun. Robert says, a sci-fi and fantasy book club on Goodreads, although I'm too much of a mood reader to participate often, but you do sometimes, and there you go. And Kat says, I participate in the following book clubs on BookTube: FOMO, Variety of Genres, Middle Grade March Book Club, Middle Grade Variety of Genres, Cozy Cottage Book Club, Think Mary Poppins type books. That keeps you super busy, Kat, I can imagine. Faye says, Robbie, is that where people gather and read in a group? That looks so cool. And Cass says, I sometimes participate in the Midnight Book Society. Horror. Okay, awesome. Robbie says, yes, Faye, you read what you want to. I have been to a silent book club meeting like that before, but unfortunately, the one time that Keaton and I went, we didn't have like really any place to sit, and the weather wasn't good outside. It was like really, really hot. And so we were stuck at this tiny table at like the entrance, where like we weren't officially even inside the building, but we weren't exactly outside of it. We were in the in between, and we didn't have an opportunity to like talk to anybody or like do really anything other than just kind of like sit there for a little bit and try to eat some food from a food truck. And so it was a very failed experience the first time going, but I hope that, if we end up trying it again, that it'll be better the second time around. Alicia says, I almost always join the Midnight Book Society. Nice. And Faye says, in-person sprints, basically. Yes, that's pretty accurate, except they usually have a time, at least in the ones that are near me, where like you have your time to read and then you have time where you can talk or you can continue to read. So they give you like a little bookmark that says like whether you want to socialize or not, which is fun. Heidi says, I only do buddy reads with my brother as we like the same books. My husband agreed to read Don Quixote with me, but discussing a book was like a foreign concept to him. That would be difficult and yeah, might make doing a buddy read harder than it should be. Christina says, I finished it solid 4 stars, I think. Well, congratulations on finishing it and getting it in before it was due back to the library. You got like a whole hour and some change early, so good job. Zach says, I'm in both of Emily Fox's Patreon book clubs. One is classics, one can be anything, and FOMO book club, mostly litfic. And I always pick up what I call stray book clubs and buddy reads. Nice. Does that mean that you're coming to the read along for Dorian Gray tomorrow? I hope. Robbie says, yep, exactly, Faye. I'm excited about it. I just started working from home, so that will be my people time. Yeah, you gotta still get out there and socialize, especially when you work from home. I used to do that, and it was not good for me. I am like I am a partially extroverted introvert. Like I'm actually a very introverted person. But like I need to have moments where I talk to people. Otherwise, I'm just like anxious and I don't feel very good. So that's one of the reasons why I enjoy doing sprints. And when I was cooped up at home all the time for my job, and I didn't even get like the engagement really of talking to people at work, except to like talking to my customers, it was not good for me at all. Robert says, I think Whitney Secret Sauce of Storycraft wants to do a buddy read this summer, so I may participate in that. Carolyn and Emma Game of Tomes are reading All Mammoths this year. Dang, All Mammoths. That's crazy. I respect that though. That's awesome. Heidi says, Zach, I just checked out Emily Fox. Thanks. My recommended to you is John at Talking Story. He's my favorite, although I can not get him to pick up Gwen. Kat says, watching my video before scheduling it. Awesome. I'm glad that it processed, Kat. Faye says, I read a chapter of Brian Mulroney's memoirs, former Canadian Prime Minister who just passed away. Okay. And Christina says, switched up to the fifth Harry Potter, need to catch up on the read along. It's tomorrow. William says 8 pages and finished a chapter, 2 chapters before I'm done. Very nice. And Nicole says, I'm not part of any BookTube book clubs. There is still time if you want to. Alicia says, so mote it be book club, so I can't type today. Well, it's okay. I feel like I also partially can't read today, but that's pretty much every live that I do. So nothing new. Jamie says, I can't afford to join everyone's Patreon, so I have not joined any book clubs. I also rarely want to tread the book club. A is reading. Oh, the book A club is reading. Why did I read that so weirdly? Okay. I'm going to start that sentence over again. I'm sorry, Jamie. I also rarely want to read the book A club is reading when they are reading it. There we go. That was a coherent thought from me. Thank you, Jamie. No, that makes perfect sense because you might end up hearing that a book club is reading a book, but if you are not in the mood to read that, you're probably not going to get as much out of it, which is why mood reading can be so important. I find it interesting when you say that you can't afford to join everyone's Patreons because so many people, at least that I have seen on BookTube who do book clubs, you're not required to subscribe to them in any way, like monetarily, in order to be able to participate in the book club. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know because I don't often join in the chats. I just kind of like watching what people have to say during their book clubs. And so maybe you do have to be a channel member to be able to type in the chat box. If so, that really stinks. That's not as much fun. Kat says, it's still processing. No! Oh my gosh. I don't know what's up with YouTube. Something's going on with your bandwidth, maybe. I don't know. Faye says, for years, I never socialized with anyone but my parents, and I'm doing fine. Twitch. Yes, but you have also admitted, Faye, that you're kind of a little bit of an agoraphobe. Like, you don't like to go out as much. So, you know what? If that works for you, there is nothing wrong with that. And you are being social on here. And I count this. This counts as being social, even if it's not, person face-to-face talking. So there you go. Christina says, hi, Alicia. And hi, Kat. And hi, Nicole. You said, I feel like I've missed everyone while I was focusing. It's because you really needed to get through that book, Christina. And that is totally okay. Zach says, yeah, I'll be at the Dorian Gray thing. Yes. Woohoo! I have no idea how big the audience is going to be tomorrow, but I'm hoping that it's a decent size. Kat says, all of my book clubs are free except Cozy Cottage. It's part of their Patreon. Yes, I do remember you telling me about that one, Kat, because I went and I looked at their channel. Jamie says, some booktubers have free book clubs on their Discord, but many now do a book club behind the Patreon paywall. Not hugely expensive, but I am very poor. Then you are doing the right thing by not joining them. That's the way that I look at it. I don't have any booktubers actually, I don't have any YouTubers, period, that I support on Patreon. Maybe that's bad of me. I don't know. But with the way that things are right now, like life is going and just the way that the economy is, like not everybody can go and subscribe to like all of their favorite people. I mean, if you watch YouTube all the time, that's entirely too many to try to support at once. And then if you want to try to nitpick which person you want to support, it feels even worse then, because then you're like, well, I'm giving my money to this person, but not this person, which is admittedly why I don't give my money to anybody. I save it because I need it and I got to get that new roof. So there you go. Kat says, hey, Christina. Heidi says, me too, but I read Dorian 20 years ago. It should come back to me. Fingers crossed, Heidi. I think it'll be fine. I'm not worried about it for you. It was a pretty straightforward book. Like there are maybe some details, that might be a bit iffy, but the main beats, I'm sure you will remember those. Kat says, I'm like you, Jamie. Jamie says, I'm in Goodreads groups that are working on the Guardian 1000 novels list and the Boxall's 100 or 1001 books you must read before you die list. I have found those to be really interesting lists because I've gone through and I've looked at some of them, and admittedly, there are a large swath of books that I have no interest in picking up whatsoever. So I could never complete one of those personally, but I tip my hat. I salute you for even attempting that because I can't. Robbie says, how do I join the Dorian Gray discussion? All you have to do is go and click on the live show when it starts tomorrow, Robbie. You can go on to my channel, and then Jessica and other Alex and Nicole all are going to be streaming it to their channels at the same time. So you're welcome to go, and if you want, you can click on my channel name and go and look. And it's in our scheduled lives tomorrow for 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. So hopefully you can make it. We don't know how long the discussion's going to last for, especially if there's four of us there. We might be talking for a while, and of course we're going to have like comments and stuff that are coming in. I think it's going to be a good time. This is going to be my first time doing anything like this before, and I know that's the same for I think no, Alex from Alex Black Reads has at least done a live with other people before. I know that I haven't, so there you go. Faye says, yeah, I'd rather buy books than pay for someone else to talk about theirs. Yes, that is entirely fair. Very fair. Storm says, I don't participate in book club, but Killing Time with Cozies does scavenger hunts where we do a couple of prompts and then everyone shares the book they read on Sunday Live. That is cool. That's very cute. I like that. Jamie says, I figured if I read 300 books a year, that if I could actually find all the books at will, I could finish the 1001 or 1000 books list in about 3 to 4 years. Finding the books cheap is hard, though. Yeah, well, especially if you don't have a good like Libby library program to go through, that would be really hard. So I don't blame you there. Nicole says, I've done lives with others too. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, good. So I might be the only one. If Jessica has done a live with other people, I might be the only one who hasn't before. So glad to hear that it's straightforward. Sorry about that, Nicole. I missed your live with other people. Sorry. I can't keep up. I really can't. But I am going to go ahead and I will get our next sprint set up as well. And Kat says, Storm, I'd love to participate, but have no idea what's going on. Is there a Discord to see what to read? So, Storm, if you could jump in with that. And I'm going to get our last question of the night up. This is going to be our last sprint. Thank you all again for being flexible on that. My last one is this. Do you prefer to celebrate small milestones more frequently or big milestones far between? So think about the different things in your life, like different goals that you have and that you aim for. How do you typically do your milestones? Smaller, bite size, more achievable, larger chunks that you have to wait longer to get to, but give you a bigger reward. How do you do it? And I'm going to go ahead and get our next sprint set up here. Last sprint. And I will see you all in a little bit, and I will wish you happy reading. All right, everybody, come back from the last sprint of the evening. How did that one go? I have almost made it to page 200 in my book, so I'm perfectly happy to end it there for the evening. But before we left, I asked you all one final question, which is, do you prefer to celebrate small milestones more frequently or big milestones far between? I'm really curious to hear your answers. So I've got to go back in here. Let's see. Kat, before we left, said, I'll be heading out before y'all come back. I'll be listening to Ralph S. Mouse on my drive to the South Shore. Happy Easter, everyone. Oh, yes. If you celebrate Easter, happy Easter to you this weekend. And if not, I hope you just have a fabulous weekend. But of course, bye to Kat because she is not here any longer. Storm says, yes, Killing Time with Cozies has a Discord. And if you go to one of my videos, it should be in the description part. Also, you don't have to read just Cozies, so anyone can come and talk about books. That's lovely. I like that it's inclusive. Robert says, celebrate small milestones. Big milestones, the buildup would give me an ulcer. Can relate, Robert. Sometimes you need to just enjoy like the small moments in life. And that is something that I am working on as well, is just celebrating the little things so that when big things come along, you can be happy about them, but they don't have to happen all the time. Kat says, thanks, Stormy. Zach says, I don't like milestones. A year is the arbitrary amount of time it takes our planet to orbit the sun, and the round numbers like 100 don't mean anything, especially outside of a base 10 numerical system. You know, you have a point there, Zach. And any other, alien civilization that doesn't have a base 10, they use a base 8. 8 is a significant number for them rather than 10. So there you go. You could make it, you could do anything that you want. That's important. Faye says, depends what you mean by celebrate. If it means reward yourself with a new book, I treat all milestones equally. I love that, Faye. You said we're talking miles, Zach, not kilometers. Oh, yeah. A kilo stone? That doesn't have as good of a ring to it as milestone, does it? Nicole says, Robert, I just saw that you just finished The Snow Child too. It was so sad, but so good. Such a surprise. Robert says, Nicole, thank you for the recommendation. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Have a terrific live chat tomorrow. I'm actually leaving now. Bye, everyone. Silver Snake. Bye, Kat. Robert says, Kat, have a great day. Jessica says, hey, Alex, just emailed you. Okay. Sorry. Let me take a look at that really quick here. Situation mall is turning into a nightmare. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, no, if you just want to log on early, Jessica, that is easy. No problem at all. And you should be able to get into the lobby, no problem. So sorry that the adventure at the mall is not fun right now. Zach says, Faye, I measure things in Danny DeVito's, which is 0.00079 nautical miles. Keaton would love that joke. He's a huge fan of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I like Medea, or not Medea, sorry, Matilda. I also enjoy Medea, but Matilda is what he's actually in. And that was a fantastic movie when I was a kid. Nicole says, you're welcome. Glad you enjoyed it, Robert. Faye says, Zach, just laughing. Jamie says, got to 80% in my audiobook. Great job, Jamie. William says, 8 pages. Good job, William. Christina says, we got through a chapter. Thanks for the sprints, Alex. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You too, Christina. Storm says, it made it halfway through editing a video. Awesome job. Jamie says, I do a bit of both, small celebrations every so often, big ones when I finish something major. That's the way to do it. Christine says, small ones, they keep me going and in the present. Yes, mindfulness is important. Christine says, hi, Stormy. And Faye, my last comment right now says, I read almost a full chapter of Brian Mulroney's memoir. By the way, it's thanks to Mulroney that there's no more acid rain in North America and the whole ozone layer has shrunk. So RIP to a hero. Well, thank you very much, sir, because I didn't know that that was the case, Faye. So appreciate you telling me that, because that is so incredibly important. Nature deserves to be preserved. But hopefully for those of you who are still here, you hope you had a great time tonight or today, wherever you are in the world. I'm hoping to see you tomorrow for the live show for the picture of Dorian Gray. I am at this point going to wish you all a fantastic rest of whatever day it is for you, and also that you're going to have a fantastic weekend, whatever it is that you're doing, that it is just fantastic. And Stormy was saying hi to Christina, and Nicole saying no reading but lots of editing, working on posting. Well, you're kicking butt, Nicole. You're doing your thing. You said see you in the studio. Thanks for hosting. Yep, I'll see you in just a minute. Bye, Alicia. Thanks for coming. Robert, good night to you too. Thanks for coming. Faye, thank you. Good night. Angel, thank you so much for coming. See you tomorrow. Very excited as well. And bye to you too, Storm. Take care, everybody.